All right, well, we can yeah, let's give this a shot. I don't know, man. I wish. Oh fuck. Oh no. No. Oh fuck me. Dude, I don't leave, bro. I don't want to play with the randoms, man. Warm-up time. Ugh. But I feel bad leaving. I don't want to leave, but I don't want to fucking play. Don't waste their time. If I leave right away, though, I'm not wasting the... Well, I mean... dude, is the penalty even, like... I'm curious, when it says matchmaking complete, I wonder if could I have Alt F4'd the game there, like, instantly? Fucking damn it, dude. I'm so annoyed. One player leaves, you're still not allowed to leave, or you get the penalty too. Yeah, but the penalty is bullshit, bro. Every single time I've left, it's like, oh, you're gonna get a penalty. But then then I don't. It doesn't even, there's no fucking penalty. Where are we even going, man? Are you going to the fucking Blood Ruins, Duchess? At level 1? Girl, this ain't gonna end well. She's gonna be dead in like 2 seconds. I'm telling you. Maybe not. Maybe Duchess is just goated, dude. I'm gonna be dead in like 2 seconds, honestly. I fucking hate this rune. This is what happens when you go to the Blood Ruins early on, you guys. This is a... Wait, no, this isn't a halberd, it's... Where the hell is the grace, man? Am I blind? Isn't it supposed to be here? Hello? What the hell is this thing? It's under the fucking blob? Okay, whatever. I'm just going to the church. Oh, I see it. Very chill start to the run. Hey, it was fine. I haven't died yet. Deathless run. I mean, technically this is... Maybe we should have just... Maybe I should have started the timer. Would have been the start to the run. Doesn't say solo in the title. Dude, I don't even know what we're doing. I'm just following the Duchess. Iron Eye is just like, fuck this Duchess. Duchess, why are you're running across the map to the... Holy fuck, man. This game is... Is this what playing with randoms is like? Duchess is running halfway across the map to a fucking sorcery tower. Iron Eye is... I don't know where he's fucking going. And, well, okay, see, the problem is I'm doing the first boss, which means I'm getting, like, new players. Yeah, hitless is possible. I mean, it's like 10 times easier to do hitless. Okay, not 10 times, but dude, I was like, I started doing the level 1 run, but I was doing it on Iron Eye, and it just felt like cheating, to be honest. Like, fucking Iron Eye is so... That class, it actually kind of pisses me off how OP that class is. Like, it was like genuinely so boring. I mean, I'm not an Iron Eye hater. The class is good, but he's too good. It's like you're playing a different fucking game. He says as he mashes R1. Bro, it's a fucking dumbass fucking pleb enemy. What do you want me to fucking parry him or something? Like, shut the fuck up. Dude, some people in chat are just so fucking stupid. It's insane. I'm gonna see if I can try to get a... I'm gonna try to see if I can get a jelly shield. I guess we're all just playing solo this run, Chad. You know, I honestly, screw the Duchess. I wanna go group up with this Iron Eye. Marking stuff on the map. People were marking, though. I mean, Duchess is marking. The thing is, I don't want to run halfway across the map just to go loot a fucking sorcery tower with the Duchess. Duchess, you are marking stuff outside of the circle. Maybe that's where he died. I don't know. Okay. We need holy, but there's no holy on the map. Another condemned has invaded. What? Oh, he's doing his remembrance. Oh, okay. I'll go help him. All right, fine. You know what? Fine. I'll go this way then. I don't care. Iron Eye, no! I'm coming. But he's gonna die. But I am still here to help. Dude, I need to upgrade my frickin'... Oh, I don't even know. This run has... This run's kind of fucked me up, Chad. Did he just blood boil aromatic? Oh, I forgot to... I'm just gonna hold. Fuck it. Big heals. Hey, we got 30K. We can go to this camp and we can buy a smithing stone, I guess. Just upgrade our base halberd. The thing is, I feel like you really want to use halberds on this guy. At least if you're guard countering, like, you really want to use halberds. job, Iron Eye. Killing it, bud. Charged guard counters can be very good, yeah, actually. No cap. He's got a bleed bow. Oh my god, he even picked up the gear I marked? Let's go, Iron Eye, dude. It's bugged. I keep trying to pick up random crap. I wonder if the taking damage boost damage negation, if that like stacks. I hope I didn't spend too much. No, we're okay. Ooh, improved guard counters. Look at that. Ooh, and a blue halberd. Guarding up's damage negation. Sure. And it has Giant Hunt. Oh, Giant Hunt's pretty good. Dude, we're actually level 8. That's like not bad considering. You know what? I kind of want to go in the mine. Well, I don't need the well, I mean, I should probably still go to the merchant, but it doesn't stack. Oh, okay. I see. So you just want the one that's best, I guess. Yeah, the personal quests do give a ton, for sure. Does stack? I don't know. I mean, I know Yui's been playing the game a lot, so I'm inclined to trust what he says. I know certain ones don't stack. Well, no, I mean some passives stack, but it's not like everything stacks, guys. It depends. Damage negation at full health does stack. I know that one does. Yeah. But that's not what we were talking about. We're talking about the successive attacks. Any more guard counters? I mean, I would like a holy halberd. That would be best. You know, you take what you can get. So I was gonna do it well, I'm doing it solo. I accidentally queued with randoms. So yeah, here we are. And I don't have the heart to leave them. So I guess we're just doing one run with these random guys. Duchess is dead again. Classic. Classic Duchess. Guard counter this? Maybe this will guard counter like... Okay, that was terrible. Ooh. Oh shit! Ow. That's so annoying, but it's still good. I mean, we got a holy halberd with golden bow. That actually really doesn't get much better than that. But we need to upgrade it again now, because I already wasted my... my stone. Yeah, I mean, I'll just have to do a second line. mean, upgrading Night 1 is fine if you know it's the weapon you're gonna use. The thing is, I upgraded it because I'm not guaranteed to get a holy halberd, you know? Like, it's RNG that we got this one. Oh, is there a special merchant? Oh, there is. It's kind of in a bad spot, though. Oh, Duchess. Oh, shit. Oh, that was sick. I thought he was gonna follow up. No, I am being a pretty good tank for the team here. Oh, Duchess is dead. It's fine, I'll ult. I mean, we might get blood loss. Let's go here. I will pin for the team. Let's go kill this okay, dude, Duchess. I don't even know what Duchess is doing. Come on, Iron Eye. Let's fucking go. Let's kill this tree sentinel, buddy. Duchess is new, chat. All right, be nice. Oh right, right. My Iron Eye has blue. Oh my fucking god, I hate fighting Tree Sentinel. I like how he can't even fucking hit you with his attacks. He's so bad. Also, isn't this supposed to boost my attack power? I swear. Maybe we should just spam Giant Hunt, honestly. Oh my god. What am I doing? Good job, Iron Eye. Keep it up, champ. Duchess. Oh, I'm gonna get the guard counters. I wanted to give him the projectile drop off, but guard counters are pretty good. The guard counter buff, rather. Holy. Ouch, man. Wait, oh, Iron Eye didn't even... Iron Eye just left. He went to the Everjail. Alright, Duchess, follow the pin, buddy. Does he not have a key? Oh, he does. Yeah, get him, Duchess. Alright, well... I need to go into another mine. I don't know if they're gonna want to come with me, but... This Duchess is a mystery, man. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, this one always confuse. Wait, no, it's this way, I think, right? Yeah, yeah. Wraiths while walking. I like never get that perk, sadly. What the? But yeah, that one's insane for sure. Is he gonna slam or no? Now you're gonna slam, okay. Ooh, triple rings of light. That would be really good if I was a caster. Let him explore. I mean, I'm not, it's not like I can tell him what to do. I can commentate, I can provide commentary on his actions, but, you know, at the end of the day, he's gonna do what he wants to do, and I can't stop him. Let him explore the time-based game. I mean, it's fine. Holy shit, why did that do so much? I need to upgrade my shield. You know what, I should have just upgraded the shield before, I guess. Yeah, the tibia effect is pretty nice. Take some poise. I mean, we're like we're in pretty good shape having this halberd with the golden bow, honestly. Oh, and the town is in the circle. I kind of want to upgrade my shield. Wait, is it the frost ruins where the jellyfish are at? I know there's like another location with jellyfish. Like the full restoration, I guess. Well, yeah, but there's only 4 jellyfish at the bottom of the castle, which is kind of meh. The jellyfish. Well, it's like a guaranteed purple shield. Sadly, I don't think there's... I don't think there's any purples inside the circle anymore. Oh, there's a blue great shield. Why not? Improved guarding ability. Okay, we're gonna upgrade our holy halberd. Oh, there was also a twin bird kite shield. We could get holy attack power. I guess we'll buy that. We don't really need. Oh. This halberd still is... Should probably get rid of the taking damage boost damage negation. Isn't that like 2 damage? Should be like 15. Maybe not 15. What was that, 6? Yeah. Alright, I'm kind of wasting time. I need to... Should replace the great shield. Oh yeah, yeah, that's probably true. I hate when he does that. He can like time it perfectly. Oh, come on. Oh, that's not good. Oh, God, chat. I'm throwing. Dude. I don't have enough fucking time. God, he never stops attacking! Yeah, see, you just don't have enough time. Chips me. Oh no. Oh. Thought I might get a stagger. Oh, there it is. Guys, help! I'm gonna go help them. Oh, come on, man! This fucking stupid boss! So dumb. Oh, Salad, thank you for the raid. It is so dumb that he can snipe you across the map. Dude, where am I? Oh, there they are. Wait. No fucking way are they up. Okay, it's fine. Oh. The crab has them, of course. Oh, the circle's closing. Oh man, I want to kill that DTS. Whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Honestly, you might be right though. That I should... And I can run back to that other spot too. Ooh. Level 13 ain't the worst. Oh my god. and a shield too. This one does more damage. I guess we can kill these guys. Alright, well, you know what? We're gonna be level 14. It would have been nice if we killed the boss up top, but it's just, I can't... Maybe I should have just done normal guard counters instead of, like, the big ones. Oh, shit. I'm gonna go fight the other one. Yeah, I mean, I should have went down and helped the team with the cellar boss. I tried, but I was too late. Oh, shit. I'm kind of cooking him, actually.
There is no escape.
I did it, I footed. Max HP. I'm gonna take the HP. Alright, we did it, guys. Let's go. Honestly, not a bad build we have here. Isn't flat. We already have 40% improved flask, so I don't know. I don't think we really need... I'm actually gonna take some... Oh, well, I'm gonna level up first. I'm gonna take starlight shards, I think. Or maybe one starlight. Maybe just 2 starlights. I just want to be able to golden bow. Stamina regen. Yeah. I don't know. All right. We're bringing the team to victory. I'm actually going to do a pretty I should do pretty insane damage with my guard counters. That attack, okay, if he does the double, you have to wait. Really? Come on, attack me. Shield team. I'm gonna get another old back soon, anyways. Come on, man. How is that not a block? Oh, fuck's sakes. Can I block this? Go get him, Duchess. I'll keep him busy. Don't you worry. No, attack me. So weird, man. Oh, come on. That just didn't go down, yeah. Somehow. What a run that was, man. You know, I wonder if taking attacks improves attack power. Like, if you block an attack, does that count as taking an attack? No. All right, I really got to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, okay. All right, I'm back. Hello. Oh man, dude, I want a relic with guard counter and attack power for each Evergaol so badly. Would be the god relic. All right. Yeah, but why are you meleeing as Iron Eye in the first place? Okay, we are going single player this time, chat. Although honestly, playing with randoms was kind of funny. I feel like there's definitely, at least for you guys, it's funny. The true challenge doing deathless with randoms. Yeah. Only funny if you get normie randos. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Yeah, it's definitely like, as much, you know, I know I'm complaining being like, oh my god, look at this guy, he's like running off to the middle of bumfuck nowhere, but those are the more interesting games at the same time. Last run not count. Well, technically I died. I mean, I didn't like game over, but I mean, see, that's another thing about like deathless in this is what do you consider to be deathless? Like going down at all, or like actually having the run, like, you know what I mean? Because I did technically go down there because DTS fucking sniped me from across the map. Oh, I hate this part of the map. Buddy. Come on. Oh, what? Probably use a grease. Wonder how much the grease actually adds in terms of damage. Probably not great. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I think I should still keep my normal one. Well, especially because I'm not level 3 yet. Well, I'll be level 3 in a sec. Okay. I hate reposting enemies. I don't know why I'm killing pleb enemies. Okay, so there is a is this where the metal ones are? No. I feel like it's not really worth coming down here. Yeah, reposts are so slow. I think, you know who has the worst repost though? Frickin' Executor. God, the repost on that character kind of pissed me off. Man, I don't know where to go. This is like... This is actually such a... I really don't like this. I don't know, this start is... The starting location is really strange. There's just... I don't have any stone sword keys. But I wanted to go to the holy... Like, normally I would have went straight to this fire one at the start, but I wanted to get the holy weapon. Maybe we should have, like, waited until day 2, though. Because we don't really need a holy weapon right away. Stone sword key in the carriage. Can you loot the carriage? Wait, really? I didn't actually know that, if that's true. Wait, that's the that's the starting camp, though. You're telling me the starting camp? Really? Honestly, dude, I don't know what I'm doing. This is like, I almost want to like reset already. This is so bad. Useless junk. Woohoo! Can you jump into the castle from here? I think you can, right? No. An actual speedrun component to this? Not really, no. Maybe we should just go to the castle. Just want to find gold, guard counter boost. I mean, I guess Golden Vow is okay. I don't know, man. This run kind of stinky. Do I really want poise? I don't know. I don't know if it's really gonna make a difference. Oh, you know what? There. Okay, let's go to the frost ruins and maybe we'll turn this run around. Maybe we'll get a jellyfish shield. That would be pretty nice. Did not get any... I don't think we have the special merchant this time. Can we two-shot these jellyfish? Can. Honestly, maybe going to the church to get a silver foul foot isn't a bad idea. Better chance at getting it. Not a bad idea. But we're not guaranteed to get a silver foul foot anyways. The jellyfish shield is pretty good because, I mean, it gives you... Oh, we're not going to have much time. We're going to have to come back here after the day ends. Heal. Alright, you know what? Whatever. This is a pretty bad day one, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Guard counter. Damage negation at low health. 50% though, that's like, that's a lot. How much does the red feather do? Probably the normal amount. It's probably still 20%. You playing Guardian because it's harder? Honestly, I'm just doing Guardian because I kind of like doing guard counters. It's kind of fun. I wouldn't say Guardian is... I don't know. I was honestly a pretty big hater of like Guardian for a while, but I actually think the class is pretty good. on, Yoda, fucking attack me. Annoy me though, when you block with Guardian, it like drops your input. If you're like holding block and then you let go of block and then you instantly attack, it just doesn't work. Actually really obnoxious. How is that not? Game too loud. Alright, hold on. Music is blasting. Alright. Ooh. That's good. That's a good one. Alright. How much do the smithing stones cost? Isn't it like 6,500? It is 6,500. Gosh darn it. Alright, well. I like never get the wraiths while walking passive. Well, I mean, it's the wraiths while walking. That's the one that's like on the weapon, right? Yeah, I like never see that. Seems like one of the best effects, though. Can't see shit. True. Oh, I'm so glad they still have that nonsense. Surely if I kill every jelly here, we're going to get one, right? What is the drop chance on this thing, man? Am I not steel guarding? Hello? Hello? Oh, this is so scuffed. My goodness. My goodness. Come on, man. Well. This is This is unfortunate. Okay. Where the heck is the last one? Bruh, where are you? Oh, is it the guy right here? Oh, he's like... What the hell's he doing? Okay, I really need to go to a mine. I also don't have any churches. Oh, well, there's another frost. Class is not time efficient with clearing camps. Yeah. This is not great. I'm gonna go down to the mine. And now we're back. Now it's taking us back to the area we already cleared, which is like so annoying. I hate when the circle does this. We're just gonna have to do the castle. That's really all there is to it. I like how they have you fight this guy. How are you not staggered? Does he get more poise or something? Dude, how? What the fuck is going? Wait, does this guy get more poise resistance? Like, as. Why did it take 5 charged R2s? What? Saving my skill. If you're talking about my ult, dude, my ult does like the same damage as like it's fucking, it's pointless. Oh, son of a rut-row. Now we're fine. That's every boss. They take less poise damage. What, after the first time they get stunned? I just don't think that's true. I think you're wrong. I don't know. Because I've definitely chain stunned bosses before. He's immune to stagger while drawing his sword. Maybe. Am I gonna continue the RE4 randomizer? No, I'm done with it forever. No, I'm not using a fresh file. Using a fresh file for this character is absolutely miserable. Oh. Dude, fucking attack. My God. Why is he jumping so much? Stop jumping. Wait, this doesn't stack, right? Oh, I think that was a waste. Well, we have double... we have double guard counters activate holy attacks. But, yeah, I don't think they stack, so... That would be cool if they did. I'm pretty sure they don't. Fucking tower shield, baby. Need guard counter boost. I'm tempted to take this shield. Yeah, seed mole. This guy is really good at missing you with his attacks. Why does it gotta be in the other side of the freaking map, dude? I can't do this. It's like, it's too risky. Oh my God, please don't throw a pot at me. Oh, this is so bad. This was like such a bad day, man. Oh, this is horrible. This is like the worst run I've had in a long time, man. I mean, we really messed up day one, and then day two was... I don't know, we spent so much time day two trying to get a jellyfish shield. I think that was kind of our... Oh, we can check the... Okay, so you guys said there's a key here? Oh, shit. Look at that. Level 11? Yeah, this is like the lowest level I've ended up in a long while. Whatever, though. Do the Deathbird? I don't have enough time to do the Deathbird. What's up, Domo? Yeah, I actually didn't know you could get... And a moose. Oh, great. Yeah, I know you don't get that much from leveling past 12 anyways. Still though. Honestly, I mean, if we managed to kill that tree, sentinel, like we would be, I don't know, that the tree sentinel gives you so much. Yeah, blue shield is fine. What the heck is this great EP? I mean, yeah, oh god, our gear is so bad. Thanks. Oh, when I was opening the chests. Yeah, that makes sense. That's nice that it just knocks him down like that. Ah. Yeah, so if anybody doesn't know, this stance gives you 5 times guard boost. For some reason, it's automatically opening my map. Not sure why.
There is no escape.
Oh, was that really too early? There we go. Spartan. You know, I wonder, can I... Probably best not to test that. Stagger? Let's go. Guardian, your favorite? I've just been having fun playing him lately. No frenzy while walking? No, I'd rather have more holy damage. Yeah, I've got some guard counter relics. Alright, whatever, let's just go. Man, it's a shame how rare the jellyfish shield is. Yeah, oh, it can get so much better than this, Domo, if you actually have a good run. This is like this has been such a bad run. Where's my guard counter? Or where's my fucking riposte? we should just ult right now. All stacked up. Oh, really? Oh my god. We're fine. Luckily I have 10 million health. More of a challenge with randoms. Wow. You don't say. This guy's kind of hard to guard counter. Just the double. See, like, this is what happens so often. You go for a guard counter, and then he just, his head, like, he just moves away from you, and you miss, like, 90% of it. Well, we did it. Wow. Was close. Yeah, I was kind of not really respecting him as much as I should have. That was such a bad run. But hey, we got him. 3 faith, 3 poise. Alright. Oh, bro, I killed like 30 jellyfish, man. I couldn't get one. Killed like every jellyfish I could find. I basically wasted the whole day killing jellyfish. That's why I was so low level. Huge guard counters. Yeah, I don't like when you start with the church, because then just awkward. God, we got this spawn again, man. I don't like this spawn. Wait a second, was there a carriage there again? Well, too late now, I don't know. Kind of sketchy. Like sometimes it's hard to know, you know, how much time you should spend like looting versus just trying to go fast. I don't think I even want to go in here, but I mean, we could get, I don't know. Can you get improved guard? I wonder if you can even get improved guard counters on a. Okay, I kind of want to go. I don't want to go up here. The problem is, if you go up to this Everjail, From my experience, most of the time, you won't actually, like, the circle's always gonna pull you away. Which kind of sucks. I don't think there's ever been a time where I've decided to do this Everjail and then it's... This Everjail just, I don't know, it feels kind of bad to have to do. Can't even hit me with his attack, man. Is popping cheat death kind of stuff? Do you mean like on Wilder? I mean, I'm not playing Wilder, so... Scared. I feel like it's always bad. 10,000 runes is so little. I don't think it's jellies here. This is a halberd. All right. Oh man, I don't like this spawn. Do I go into the mine, I guess? Small shield guardian. I mean, it has more guard boost than my starting shield, so it's really not that bad. And the multiple glint blades is pretty good too. Yeah. There is a way to upgrade items to legendary, but it's not not guaranteed, sadly. I guess we'll kill the hippo. Improved guard counters, nice. I probably should have gotten improved attack power though. It's basically the same thing except it's, well, it's more reliable damage for everything. That's okay though. There is a poison rune here. I mean, maybe we'll get a halberd, a poison halberd. I don't know how like useful the poison is. I'm not sure if I'm even going to be able to guard counter Gaping Jaw very much on this run. Also, we still haven't collected, like, any churches. Okay. Doesn't even have poison on it. Crossbow dude is a run under. Yeah, he's actually crazy. You do deathless all bosses with all characters. Yeah, doing it with all characters might be more fun than just doing Guardian. I just felt like doing Guardian. Wait, is this harpoon? Oh no, it's a spear. Where's this? Oh, okay, of course the circle's on the other edge of the map. Why wouldn't it be? I don't even know what I can do right now. Kill random stuff, I guess. I don't know if I want to upgrade the sword spear or not. I don't feel like the sword spear is that good. Honestly though, yeah, using a different character for each run would definitely make it a little bit more. That'd help with like variety, I guess. I'm gonna kill this scarab. gargoyle. Okay, let's stop face tanking. Try and stop face tanking. And actually guard counter that. That actually can hit you twice. Alright, well, I guess we go... Oh man, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Oh, I can't see! The ult, holy shit. I was trying to ult the entire time there, but it just kept doing my fucking R2 attack. That actually interrupted that. Wish I had another stone sword key. I mean, I don't know how important poison is. I'm gonna go over here. Maybe we'll get a poison halberd or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like poison is as necessary in this fight. These pages are actually, like, really dangerous. No cap. Ooh, a poison halberd. Well, like I said, they're pretty dangerous. I didn't know there was two in there. Well, I still want to fight Gaping Jaw, so I'm gonna finish the run. I didn't know there was a second one. I actually had no idea. I thought there was just two, or I thought there was just one plus the boss.
There is no escape for thee, little pillager, bent on sacking the lands of gold.
I... just want to...
Shadow of the fell omen shall not wane.
Man, I can't believe I died to a fucking page. That's so stupid. That was such a lame fucking death, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I was safe to just fucking loot my item, but apparently not. I've never actually fought Gaping Jaw with the Guardians, so I'm kind of curious what it's like. Honestly, dude, I feel like I have a higher chance of dying during the days because I'm just like... like, against the Night Lord, I focus up a bit more, but when I'm just clearing the runes and stuff, it's so easy to just get, like, complacent. I didn't think there was any chance I would die there. I mean, I was respecting the page that I had seen, but yeah. I don't know if I should even try to kill this guy. Oh, really? That move does insane posture damage. Oh. Come on, improved guard counters. That one's good. Guardian is gonna die from old age while fighting Marys. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Well, okay, to be fair, timing the deflects on Executor is like really, really easy. They made it like so forgiving. It's actually kind of insane how easy it is. I do want a jellyfish shield. I'm not gonna get it though. Dead angled me there. Damage at full HP bad. I don't have damage at full HP. Like, look at the damage of this halberd, though. Like, 195? I don't know, ours does do poison, it's just... Poison isn't like... I don't know, the only reason poison is good is because it triggers like the effect on the boss, but like poison isn't a damage type, so you don't get inherently more damage because of poison or like madness. And yeah, I didn't take the talisman because I didn't want it. Man, DTS, like the guard counters are good on him, but they're not fast enough. Oh, I forgot to use my foul foot. Whatever, it's okay. All right. Yeah, tibia guard counter is really good for sure. Really no like effects that are worth buying here. I guess I could buy those. What do you think about the Bloodborne relic? It's really good. Yeah, it's a really good relic. Probably one of the best relics, obviously. Yeah, max stamina is good because he has a big stamina pool, but it depends, I guess. Level 15. Woo. It's a shame that we died to a fucking page, though. I can't believe that was... I'm still annoyed about that. That was so stupid. Why is this run not reset? Because I've never fought Gaping Jaw, and I was already halfway through the run, so I might as well finish it. Sorry, I've never fought Gaping Jaw on this character. this the ancient dragon fight? Oh, fuck me. Like the worst fight ever. Genuinely. Maybe I can guard counter him in the head though. It's like so hard to put him in the head. Guard countering that should work. What? Dude, what the... How are these not... I think you can guard counter him, you just need to be really... You need to know, like, the positioning and angles really well. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I've already died, so I don't really care. Yeah, I don't know, guard countering him is, it's definitely doable, but you need, like, again, you need to know the positioning, like, perfectly, and you could probably only do it on specific attacks. Horrible fight. I mean, every run of this game is inherently a speed run in the sense, you know, it's not like I'm trying to go slow, but well, since we already died, I'm just gonna buy the res, just for safety. Just so I can practice the fight, I guess. Let's see, this is what's gonna happen most of the time, I think. Holy. can't block his roar, I guess. What? The fuck just happened? What the? I lagged so badly there. Whirlwind when charging halberd attacks. Dick. Alright guys, well, rip run. It's Jover. It's Jover, chat. Come on, give me something good. Spoiler alert, it's all shit. You can block and counter the phase transition before. I mean, I tried and it didn't seem like it worked, but... Oh, improved guard counters on a red. Holy damage and skill cooldown reduction. That's not bad. You think Duchess is the hardest for this challenge? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, the difficulty is largely dependent on what you get during the run, in my opinion. Because you can, you know, if you're lucky, you can just get... Wait, where's the yellow one? Oh, it's that one. If you're lucky, you can get a lot of damage negation, like, during the run. But that's RNG, so... Yeah, grafted greatsword is Probably the best weapon in the entire game. For like a melee class, anyways. For those who don't know, grafted greatsword, it gives you like a permanent stat increase when you kill enemies. I don't know exactly how it works or like how it scales, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. I had a run. I had a run where I was playing as Raider. Here, I can show you guys. So this is the buff it has. Enhances all attributes upon defeating enemies. This effect accumulates. So I had a run where I had grafted greatsword on Raider and I had 2,100 HP, I think it was. I mean, I'm level 15 Guardian. This is like the most HP class in the game, and I have 1,300. Yeah. It was actually insane. I mean, it could have been even higher too. I had 2,100 health, and I don't think I even got any like 10% max health buffs during the run. Do you have to stick to a character? No, I was thinking about just doing it only with Guardian, because, well, honestly, I mean, Guardian's is kind of good for like a deathless run, in my opinion, but I mean, I also think doing like a different class for each boss could be more interesting and at least would have like a bit more variety. It's just, and stack the buff. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. The increased rune gain for you and your allies is only 3%. It's pretty it's pretty horrible. Yeah, I mean, you could put on all 3 relics, but it's still only 10%. And in my opinion, you can get level 15 without it, so it's kind of a waste. Different classes are more fun to watch than just block riposte. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm not taking offense. I honestly thought maybe I would be able to first try it as Guardian, but I'm not even gonna say greedy, I got caught off guard. I just wish that runs of this game didn't take so long. Because this at the end of the day, this is like a 4-hour run. Well, even more, like 5 hours, honestly. I honestly just want to see... I just want to see how strong, like, on a run where I get really lucky and I have a bunch of guard counter boosts and stuff, I just want to see how much damage you could actually get the guard counter to do on this guy. Are you hoping with the enhanced bosses update they'll buff Guardian? I don't know. I think Guardian's actually okay. I mean, I do think his whirlwind, like, I wish that Guardian's whirlwind was more useful, because it does such little damage, and yeah, it's just kind of sucks. It's good for CC. Okay, but the thing is, it's good for CCing enemies that don't do anything. Like, yeah, you can stagger banish knights, but you know what you can also do? Just guard counter them for like 400 damage and kill them in like 2 guard counters. So it's like, why? Like, using the whirlwind on the banish knights is still probably slower than just guard countering them. Because when you're just spamming R1s, your damage is so bad. Instead of a closing circle, they went for a Risk of Rain or a Hades style route. But I mean, how could they do that though? Like, the design of the map is just not... The design of the map in this game just does not work for that type of style. Hey, Golden Phoenix. I mean, they could have done something like that, but it would have had to be, you know, just like you're going through... You're just going through like dungeons and stuff like that. Honestly, that would have been interesting though if... Imagine it just links like a bunch of different dungeons together, and you have to like speed through them, and at the end of each dungeon, I guess the problem is some of the dungeons are like kind of long, so I don't know. But that could have been interesting, honestly, if instead of reusing Limgrave, they reused like legacy dungeons or like parts of legacy dungeons and the corridor style game mode. Yeah, I mean, guys, okay, but the thing is, anybody who's thinking that they're going to make a significant change to this game at this point is just on some copium. The biggest changes we're going to get for the game are the enhanced bosses, and the only reason the enhanced bosses are not like, oh, this seems like a good idea, like after the enhanced bosses have been planned since before the game came out. So the enhanced bosses are not like, oh, they're listening, they're adding new stuff. It's like, no, this has literally been planned from the beginning. And same with the DLC. The only new stuff we're going to get is the enhanced bosses and the DLC. That's it. They're not going to just like add stuff for free. I really don't. I just don't see it happening. I mean, I hope it does, but I really doubt it. FromSoft isn't really known. I mean, didn't they specifically said it's not a live service game anyways, so. This game did better than they expected. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. I mean, I would love if they actually added more content to this game and brought in more bosses from the other series and enemies and stuff, but I really think the only reason we got Dancer and Nameless King and Smelter Demon is for marketing purposes. I'm just gonna say it right now. Like, they didn't do it because that's the reason why we only got two bosses from each game, is because they just did it for marketing. They didn't do it because they're like, oh yeah, let's bring in all the content. No, it's like, all right, we're gonna only bring in like one or two. Which ones are the most iconic? Oh well, maybe not that. Centipede and Gaping Dragon are not the most iconic, but I guess maybe instead of saying what's the most iconic, they're like, what's the ones we care the least about, or Gaping Dragon is iconic. Yeah, you're right. You know, Artorias or fucking Manus or Calamite no, yeah, Gaping Dragon. That's what everyone thinks of when they think about Dark Souls 1. I mean, Nameless King is alright. But they still have DLC bosses from Dark Souls 3 that would be, in my opinion, better. But the DS3 bosses we got were definitely the best ones. And you know why they're the best? Because Dark Souls 3 is the most similar to Elden Ring. That's the reason why Nameless King and Dancer are actually good fights in this game, because the core mechanics of the games are the same. Like, in Dark Souls 3, you can roll 17 times in a row, like you can in Elden Ring. In Dark Souls 2, you could roll 2 times, and then you're out of stamina. So the bosses are designed differently in Dark Souls 2, and same with Dark Souls 1, because the speed of the game is just completely different. Centipede and Gaping get fucking shit on in this game because they barely do anything. Dancer's kind of weak in this. I don't know if I agree with that. They sped her up. Alright, well anyways. I don't know if I keep playing Guardian or not. I mean, I kind of want to keep playing Guardian. I also kind of want to try, like, do a different class for each run. The thing is, if I do a different class for each run, I'm just gonna inevitably do the hardest classes first. It's just gonna be doing Recluse and Revenant over and over again. Like, honestly, I think if I was to do one class per boss, I would do probably Revenant for Tricephalos, and then I don't know, probably Recluse for Gaping Jaw. Potentially. I'm not sure what I would use for Pest. Not Augur. I would probably just use Iron Eye for Augur. And then I would use all the melee classes for the final 4. Well, I guess Fissure in the Fog kind of sucks. Fissure in the Fog is a fight where the run can be completely free depending on the weapon you get. Like, if you get Grafted Dragon on a melee, you kill this boss in 30 seconds or like a minute. Yeah, Wilder's good on the dragon since he does like fire damage. Yeah, I would probably just use Iron Eye for Augur. The thing is, Augur isn't a hard fight, but I don't want the fight to take longer than it needs to. I would probably just do like Raider for Night Aspect. Guardian for Augur. That sounds like, yeah, you can put down the whirlwind and kill the jellyfish, but you're gonna have to do it like 8 times to kill the boss. Or like 10 times. And you know what you could also do? You could just go Iron Eye and kill him in like 1 minute. I mean, what class is good is largely dependent on, like, what boss you're fighting. In my opinion. Okay, well, I need to re-equip relics on my characters. As well, which is kind of annoying. I mean, if I'm using Iron Eye for... Oh, shoot. Lightning damage and Everjail. I mean, that's good if I want to use it for use him on Augur. What? Sure. Alright, I had to unequip all my relics before because... Man, I don't have... Oh, it's fine. We have the attack power per Everjail. That's pretty good. And the alteration. This yellow is pretty good too. Oh my god, these relics are so... I gotta say though, they're kind of like... They're kind of annoying to go through. And then a lot of the time it's like, oh, I remember having a good relic for something specifically, but then you can't remember the color. Yeah, you can favorite them, but there's 8 different characters. So what? You just favorite everything that's good for every single character, and then you just half of your shit is fucking favorited anyways. Then at that point it's like redundant. Like what? I mean, honestly, this seems good. A good amount of fizz damage. Poise, some stam. Increased duration on the ult would be nice, I guess. Okay, we're almost there, guys. I don't know if having the starting weapon inflict frost is very good. I know that ult is kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. Because it does give you damage, but if you have like damage negation at full HP and you pop your ult, then you're gonna not be at full HP anymore. Almost tempted just to get like health. Honestly, maybe the Bloodborne rune. You regain HP by attacking. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's just... I don't know. There's one that makes her... We definitely want the one that gives max HP when you ult though, because it actually lasts for a long time. Oh, well, I guess... Honestly, if I actually want to do this run though, I kind of need to I need to like practice the bosses more. There's a mod which lets you just go straight into the boss fights, just to practice them, which is pretty cool. I mean, we could get the Everjail. I mean, I know all the bosses fairly well, but to do them without going down once, I don't know. Tempting, just, you know what, I think this is good just because it's HP. I think the one we've got right now, I think this is good. There's a chilling mist. What's up, XR? Sorry, I'm just... So we're gonna try to do one different character for every Night Lord chat. I had to unequip a bunch of my relics for like the Alienware tournament thing that we were doing before, so now I'm... Oh, this one's good. Dex, Mind, and Everjail. Hey Michael, thank you for the 21 months. Guardian versus Dark Drift Knight. Knight is okay. I don't know if I'd say it's really good, but... It's okay. What's up, Ain? If your weapon already starts with bleed and you make it so it starts with bleed, does it like does it get more bleed? I mean, I guess making the weapon start with frost is still good because... So that's on Executor. Because if it starts with frost, but then I also have chilling mist, then... I mean, I basically have double frost buildup then, right? So... Yeah, but I don't have one. I don't think I have a good poison starting one. But if I can't reset the frostbite, yeah, I don't have any poison ones. And I could do that one. The chilling mist. I mean, I guess we can choose our best chilling mist one. Throwing pot damage. I guess we can just use the red. The red one. I mean, that's pretty good, no? I'm watching dist edited relics the past 30. Yeah, well, listen, dude, I gotta make sure they're good. All right, let's try again. The dragon one better. Do you mean this one? Yeah, I mean, I guess it is better. You're probably right. All right. Honestly, kind of a crazy Kind of a crazy build. It's kind of nuts that an executor can just have such like two like super good relics for him, just guaranteed. I think we're gonna try to do a different run, like a different character for each run instead, just because it'll be more interesting that way. All right, I'm gonna get some water, and then we will, we're gonna do our first run on Revenant. Man, I just wish there was a way to frickin'... Wish there was a way to... Well, there is a way to practice the bosses. I don't know, maybe we should install that mod and just, like, practice the just boss rush the bosses. I don't know. We'll try again, but maybe we'll mess with the mod later. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. I'm back. The fuck? What? Dude, I don't even frostbite in 3 hits. I don't know if starting frost is good because then it just reduces the damage even more on the weapon. Holy stone sword keys. Yeesh. Alright, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna reset. Flame of Frenzy is... How are you even supposed to cast that safely? Actually, I think it's... Well, it's like somewhat fast, but... The keys... I don't care. I don't want to start with the frost weapon. Starting with this frost weapon is pissing me off already. I don't know what I should try to get though in this. Honestly, maybe we should just do the wraith calling bell. Kind of nice to start with. Wraith calling bell and Bloodborne. Back to the menus. Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking face. There are starlight shards start too. Sure. One mage tower gives you 3 to 4 shards. Yeah, but sometimes the mage towers are nowhere near you. And you don't get the shards when you need them. Hey Parkeezy, thank you for the gifted sub. Let's do a non-relic run. Well, relics are half, like... Relics are literally the only replayability aspect in the game, so like... You know, I apologize for wanting to interact with one of the game mechanics, but... How many runes do these guys give? I still don't have enough. Isn't there a, Yeah, dude, the Wraith Bell is, like, so much better than the claws. Holy moly. Also, yeah, I actually forget to summon a lot with this character. Honestly, this bell is so good. Like, it makes starting as Revenant not completely fucking horrible. Crazy. Double key. Bestial Sling. I don't think Bestial Sling is that good, though. Let's fix scaling. Probably summon, shouldn't I? Fuck him up, dude. Yeah, I didn't, you know, I was actually curious if, okay, you know, no, we're gonna go, okay, I don't know, I wanted to get this church, I should have got this at the start. Whatever, we're not gonna need it anyways. Doesn't matter. Dragon's probably gonna one-shot me. So, I don't know if I really want to do him. Damage negation at full health. Alright, I feel like I'm wasting a lot of time. Actually, what if I use the bell? Oh, no. What the fuck are you doing? I don't know if something is like wrong with my controller. Oh, great. Can you fucking not, man? You're so annoying. Holy shit, this is awful. I'm dead, I think. Oh, wow. Such a fucking great game. I got triggered, man. I just stopped caring. That's so fucking obnoxious. You know, I might have actually been able to... I don't know if you can ult, like buffer and ult as you get up. Like maybe somehow I could have rolled into the ult and... Like I might have been, because I knew the fire was gonna hit me twice. I should have at least tried, I guess. I might have been able to get it off, I don't know. I mean, the bell is like undoubtedly faster for clearing stuff than the claws are. Okay. Yeah, you are immune to damage during her ult, but the problem is the attack was already on me. Like it... Well, yeah, you're immune to dying. Yeah, correct. Okay, we're gonna go over here. Well, yeah, the first frame of it, you can go invulnerable, but the thing is, I was knocked down on the ground, and I still needed to, like, I need to roll, like, you can't use the ult when you're on the ground, so I would have still needed to roll. Maybe you can chain buffer the roll into the ult. I don't know. I really need to summon my frickin'... Man, Revenant is like... Expected length of the run, way too fucking long, honestly. If you ask me. Way too long. Surge o' Flame, Rejection, and Great Heal. Wow! Oh, that's so good. Like, it should be illegal for you to get 2 support spell... What the fuck just hit me? I need to kill more enemies. I don't even want to go for that church, to be honest. But I also kind of do. The damage of that is good. Thing is, I don't have mana. Revenant really needs a way to recover mana on her own. It's really dumb that there isn't any way, in my opinion. I need a holy spell is the thing. But isn't there... I thought there's like a table with seals on it. Wait, is it up there? The stone sword key? Rejection and shadow bait. Oh boy. Wow. Oh, God. My god. We're actually kind of cooking. I should have probably taken 10%. No, that was not. Well, whatever. Who fucking cares? It don't matter. Going for the immediate results. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. This is fine. Just don't aggro the other one, please. Oh. Not what I meant to do. Oh, Jesus. I wanna fucking aggro this other guy, dude. I don't even want to be here, man. This sucks. Oh man, I'm just desperate for like runes at this point. I'm gonna die so easily to these fucking pots is the problem. I have to be so careful. I should have. Okay, I don't know. I need to practice Revenant more because I really don't know what the best way of doing. I feel like my priorities are just backwards on this class sometimes. Like I need to get to a merchant and get like 2 starlight shards at the start. Honestly, I feel like just having the starting with starlight shards perk, that alone probably just makes this class feel a million times better. Steel sling damage is really good, I will say. Not bad. Sebastian can stunlock him. Yeah, I should probably use her ult more often. that a misbegotten? Jellyfish here? Why did I one-shot them the first time, dude? Oh. Nice. I should have upgraded the claws. I can't upgrade the seal, it's blue. You know, I thought my summons would fucking kill them, but apparently not. Apparently they're just fucking useless, so. Where the fuck is Yosh? I don't know. The holy ground. The holy ground is like not gonna really help me. I don't think it's gonna prevent me from dying, but. I want to do castle, but not yet. I still would like to see if I can get a holy spell. I don't know, it's also like the castle bosses are probably gonna one-shot me. I mean, I'm gonna do them though. God, I take so much fucking damage. So squishy. I don't know if I should be killing this camp or not. But we're doing it. Where the heck is the other one, dude? I get max health, but it's like adding a drop to a very tiny bucket. $680 health. It's like that's like I have the health of Guardian at like level 2. More damage. That's debatable. Oh, great. I love fighting dragons in this game. They're so fun. Oh, that's cool. He's just on... What the fuck is wrong with my dragons, bro? What is this? Get the fuck down from there. Alright, whatever, dude. Fuck you too. I don't know why. I really should I should have just gone to the castle, I think. It's like, I did all of this and for what? Dude, stop. Like, I knew it was gonna end, like, yeah. Son of a bitch. We can still do the Everjail, I think. Maybe. Die. I don't even have holy damage. I'm using physical, so... No, maybe I should... whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Alright, we're gonna take the tree. I think it'll be a little bit faster. We need to actually go to... okay, there's one mine in the circle. Alright, wait. We're gonna go to the castle. And then... we'll go to the castle. Aren't wraiths holy damage? I don't think they are, no. You're talking about the calling bell? I don't think they are. I'm back, bitch. I hate Revenant's mana. Like, the fact that there's just no way to recover her mana with her base kit is so fucking shit. The Relic is a complete fucking joke. Sebastian did a real good job stun locking him there. And died in one fucking hit. Oh, I was reading chat. Woo. All my summons are dead. That's great. Useless. That's great. That's great. need to get out of this castle soon. Missing with part of the... We gotta go to this mine. Quick. I mean, the horn would be good if I was on like a melee character, but I'm not. And yes, it somewhat scales with faith, but I've used it before on the dogs. If I try to weapon art, I'm basically just suiciding. It's pretty fucking shit. I'm not killing the deathray bird. Okay, all of you guys who are saying to use fucking recover FP on attack, you have to hit the enemy like 100 fucking times to fully recover your mana. Like, y'all are fucking tripping, dude. Oh my. That is terrifying. I kind of fucked up here, chat. I should have really stuck with the swarm. Yeah, I mean, I wanted it, but everything I have is, like, useful. Except for the claws, but if I throw away the claws, then I don't have a melee weapon anymore, so... I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Just backstab these guys. I don't want to get one shot, dude. What is going on? What is this damage? That omen just did so much damage, dude. That was insane. I don't know why I'm even grabbing that, but... I mean, I don't know. I guess I just use Sling. It's the most mana efficient. Alright, well, let's give this a go, shall we? My claws are already blue. Dude, I rolled, man. What the fuck? God. I thought I was gonna die there, to be honest. I knew he was gonna do a follow-up there, I just thought I could avoid it. Oh, come on. Did my summon... I guess my summon died. Dude, the fucking combos, like... I should have just ran, I guess. I don't know. This fight is such a fucking mess in solos, man. Like, all three of them were just non-stop attacking me the entire time. Yeah, but I did summon Sebastian, but he, like, despawned or something, I guess. I don't know. I summoned him and then I ulted and then... I guess that was a mistake. I don't know, I really thought that if I had just ulted there, like, that was just greedy. I thought if I had ulted there that it would have been fine, but it wasn't. I thought I could just kind of brute force the boss down, but I ulted and then literally proceeded to do 0 damage because every dog just continuously hit me. And then Sebastian despawned and didn't even do his laser, so. Well, okay, I mean, like, the thing is, if I allow myself to get downed, then, I mean, I can beat this first try. Like, it's really easy, to be honest. I don't know, man. Phase 2 is just so bad. Or like, when the boss splits, it's just so bad. It's so fucking bullshit. I don't know, the thing is, it's like doing Revenant. I don't want to do Revenant or Recluse 4 hours into the run because you're just made of like, you're made of tissue paper and you just die in half a second. I mean, I won, but I died, so I have to restart. So I'm sorry for complaining, I guess. Am I choosing the doggo for Revenant? Well, because if you get a holy spell, you can kill them in like 30 seconds. And Revenant dies in like half a second, so I would rather do Revenant early on than 4 hours into the run, to be honest. Like, honestly, all of the melee classes in this game are so easy compared to the casters. Like, you're just so tanky that you can, if you get like all you need on a melee character in this game is you need damage negation at full HP, and you need damage negation after taking damage. If you have those two things, you can just ignore boss, like, you can just ignore boss mechanics completely. Duchess actually doesn't have that little of health, though. At level 15 with Duchess, you have like 1,000 health. At level 15 on this class, you have like, yeah, 700. Yeah, I haven't really played Duchess that much. I don't know what, I actually don't know what, I don't know what boss you'd want to do Duchess on. Revenant with fire on dragon could be easy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can get a lot of fire damage. And you could do that on dragon, that's true. Dragon doesn't really do that much, like, can't really, like, combo you out. I don't know. I mean, Revenant on Tricephalus might not actually be the best choice just because of the, I don't know, when he splits it is kind of bullshit. Like, I genuinely feel like it's just random. It's completely RNG whether or not you can avoid getting hit once she splits. Well, yeah, Iron Eye is the best, but Iron Eye is boring. I don't know, playing the same character for 5 hours straight is kind of eh, to be honest. Am I allowing the revives? I mean, I could allow the revives. It's just, if I allow the revives, it's really, I don't know. I don't really feel like it's much of a challenge if you allow revives. I'm not worried about dying to Augur on Revenant. I mean, yeah, like, Revenant could, I mean, Revenant would be fine for Augur during the day. Oh, yeah. I mean, fair, I guess. I just, man, I wish the days were more fun in this game. Like, I really like fighting the Night Lords, but I don't know, day 1 and day 2 just gets like so repetitive. Because honestly, this is a fun challenge. I just wish I wish every run wasn't like 40 minutes long, man. Or like 35, 40 minutes long. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to start with Tricephalos. I can start with something else. I mean, there's no reason to start with Augur. That's definitely for sure. I mean, we could try to do the dragon or something, I guess. Yeah, there's only, I mean, how many damaging holy spells are there in this game? Like 3? 2? I think there's 3. There's triple rings of light, or no, actually 4. Radagon's rings of light, discus, triple ring of light, and then Elden stars. I don't think is Wrath of Gold. Well, maybe Wrath of Gold is. Honestly, Black Flame is probably what we want. Okay. Yeah, rejection loves to show up. I don't even really want to use Howl, though. Well, I mean, I don't know. Howl would be okay. It's gonna potentially give me one shot. If I don't have damage negation at full health. I turned off the 1440p because people kept complaining that they were like having issues watching the stream. Well, I mean, it's Twitch's fault probably that those issues are happening, but it's annoying looking over at the chat every minute and seeing people complaining about it, and also if people, whatever. I'm just gonna try my best to stop getting one guide. All right. Oh, come on. Oh, that's... I hate fighting this as Revenant. Oh, my goodness. Maybe Bestial Sling is good here. Honestly, if I got my ult off while Frederick or whatever was still alive, it probably would have been better. It's lame you're stuck with these summons. Dude, I was saying before, if this character, if you could capture the summons like they're fucking Pokemon or something, this character would be probably like most people's favorite. But instead it's just, yeah, you're just like stuck with the same shit. Capturing a bell-bearing hunter? Well, I don't know about that, but... Spirit ashes should be loot-like items. Yeah, if you could get, like, drops from the boss, that would be cool. Dude, I don't even have enough mana to clear a fucking camp. It's just obnoxious. Oh my gosh, I was trying to ult, man. To the Sorcerer's Rise first. Okay, dude. Fucking stop that. asking. Edric 2. Why did they feel the need to get rid of this guy's sword attacks? I just don't understand. Help me understand. I just don't. Fucking get it, man. Make him more annoying. Ah, my favorite. I love annoying bullshit. What the heck? Oh. Is this the tree? I don't know, man. Fake door? I love that you have to solve a fucking puzzle as a caster in this game, in a time-based game. Like, it's so good. It's such a fucking great design. Dude, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I feel like it's the moving tree stump, but I don't see shit. I couldn't target. He was in the fucking floor. I could barely even see him, bro. What the hell was that? It was cinema. Yeah. Cinema. Oh my god. That was epic. I feel like your mana, your mind is just not very big on this character either. My god, fucking smelter demon. Yikes, dude. Yeah, fucking, oh, 8 damage from fucking Sebastian, let's go! Woohoo! Let's go, Sebastian! Oh, he's roaring again! Alright, Sebastian, you've done well. He's drawing aggro. You know what? He was. You are right. Wow, such good buffs. Holy. All right. Focus up. Castle time. I don't even really, I don't even want to push out because there's like no graces in the castle is the problem. So clearing this place as a revenant is just like misery. Good. Yeah, keep the aggro, Sebastian. You're doing good. Okay, I ran into the attack. This is so jank. Oh, I'm already out of mana, I guess we just run to the grace after every single kill. At least this one can't block. Oh. At least this one can't block me. Can you even charge this incantation? Unsure. Sebastian keeps pushing him away. Sebastian, you're fucking missing the target! God, Sebastian, you fucking suck. Now the Crucible Knight is like stuck. Alright. Time to the next grace. Time to refill our mana again. Honestly, I really think my main issue with Revenant is just not having any way to recover your mana except starlight shards. It's just like why not play Recluse? I don't know. I mean, starlight shards are still the best way to recover your mana, but it's just so annoying needing to like completely rely on them. Savior. I wonder how the magma would do. Oh, are you kidding me? This... Oh, man. The frickin' castle isn't even in the circle. That's so unlucky. You talking to me, King Khan, or are you talking to chat? Yeah, I think one of the best solutions would be if you could choose to use your flask as a mana flask. Like, give the player the ability to sacrifice their health flask to get a mana one. Oh, he fucking fell down, dude. Are you kidding me? And he's just gonna block the whole time. Oh, whatever, we'll just go to the other mine, I guess. It's not worth the risk trying to kill that guy down there. Cause he's like... I die in 10 seconds to the swarm, so... just too dangerous. And of course it's a bell-bearing hunter. Of course it is, dude. Do I even have the mana to kill that guy? I mean, I don't even have damage negation at full health. He's probably gonna one-shot me. I mean, surely this one should be weaker, though. Discus of light. Wow. That's great. I mean, I don't know. We need fire. We don't need discus. I kind of want the damage negation though. I mean, Bestial Sling is nice, but I think I might just use Black Flame. I know, right, Tom? Well, I don't know if we're going to be getting level 15. We should get level 14. I guess you're not guaranteed. I feel like it's best to upgrade Black Flame. I don't know, I just feel like the magma is going to use way too much mana. Viscous does use really low mana though, I will say. Oh, this is really good that we got those guys as summons. I was fighting the other guy, man, alright? The range of the spell is nuts. Oops. I mean, just like, look at how little mana I've used. That's the crazy thing. I think black, I don't know. I think it's better to upgrade Black Flame than the Magma. I'm not sure. I mean, I can try it to see. I mean, I don't know. The Magma could do a lot. Or might be kind of... I'm gonna go Black Flame, I think. Let's just go. I don't have any damage negation at full health, though. Hope I don't get, like, one shot. I was stuck inside of him. Victory. That's okay, actually. All right, I don't know. I don't know who to do next. I know I have a timer on the screen. I'm not, like, not too worried about chilling for a moment, though. I don't know what boss is best to do recluse on. I mean, I guess I could do it on the augur. Libra. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, well, you can still get lightning. You can still get lightning on recluse, though. It's gonna be RNG. Well, I mean, every run is RNG. Okay. Pest isn't that bad. Yeah. Could try it. Yeah, I mean, we can get magma shot. That's true. What's up, Blanks? Yeah, dude, I can't believe how strong that weapon is for... That weapon is insane. For the pogos. You have a Lumakio skip now? Dang. What? Oh, that's good. Okay, I feel like I stall at the first camp a little too long sometimes. I mean, it's okay. It's not really much, like, good stuff you'll find there, though. I don't like this. I think my favorite spawn is the one, like, down here. Like, I prefer spawning towards the bottom of the map. Have I played Stellar Blade? I have, yeah. Yeah, Stellar Blade was good. Like, this camp can actually kill you very quickly. Oh. Really? I do want to play more Still Wakes the Deep today, though. Still, we are gonna do that later. Probably whenever this run dies. I don't even if it doesn't die. I think we're gonna switch after a certain point. I mean, we don't have to finish the run in like one stream. So, oh good God. Okay, we can't do this. It's too dangerous. It's not worth it. Holy doubles. Oh boy. I just run out of mana so fast. And I have my ult now at least. Oh dude, I don't even know where to go. There isn't that much good stuff in the circle, so I kind of just have to actually just kind of kill. Kind of just have to kill a bunch of enemies. I mean, we want to find a fire spell for doing test. I mean, this is good, yeah. And my ult wears off. Alright, well that's still fine. I mean, we're gonna get a lot of levels from that, so can't really complain, honestly. And now our flask gives us mana. A master of bubbles was felt. Epic, dude. Yeah, it's sentient pest. You don't get invaded by the boss. That's not how it works. You don't get invaded by the boss that you see during the day. Or the one that you see at night, rather. Everjail. What? Oh, did the loot get moved somewhere else? Or did I just not? God damn it, dude. I don't even want to run back at this point, but I guess I will. Gonna be fucking shit anyways, chat. Oh, big surprise. It's all fucking useless bullshit. That's great. Hey, UFO, thank you for the 56 months. Not bad for a first day, honestly. Yeah, I could finish the legendary jail. That's true. What was that jump, man? Come on, man. Give me a staff with fire on it. Please. Hands. I do have a fire weapon, that's true. That is true. Oh my god, centipede demon. Anyways. Honestly, leaving the circle early on casters is just... I don't know, man. It almost feels like it's just not worth it. Because you just lose half of... You lose like 2 or 3 flasks. Take some seal? From where? I mean, I can do it after this fight. I should use my... I forgot, I have the flask buff for mana. I'll just be drinking my flasks. Honestly, like, 30,000 runes is great, but it's still not... I don't know, it doesn't matter that much. Oh, we have flame grant me strength. If only we could get flame. I don't know. The thing is, Everjail isn't going to give me fire. Like, I guess we just go to the castle. I mean, we could go to the church over here. It's our best bet at getting fire. I don't know how I feel about fighting this guy. Yeah, they do kind of suck solo, I agree. And he's blocking. And I'm interrupted. And he's blocking. And I'm interrupted. And I miss. Any day now, my lock-on will change. And the circle! Ugh! This fucking... Damn it, dude. I mean, it's gonna take a while, but okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go for the top boss. I think we have enough time to kill top boss. Most likely. Well, that's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, sure. Maybe not anymore. Dodging that attack. Can't see. Oh. It's too late. Wow. It's all useless. I need a fire staff, dude. A winged greathorn? Bruh. What the hell is that? And I guess it has improved sorceries on it. Alright, we're going into this. We need to get our staff to purple at least. I mean, well, we're gonna get a smithing stone and then maybe this fucking enemy is so fucking obnoxious, it's actually obscene. He just does this like 15 times in a row. Like, I could do the Everjail, but there's no point. Level 15. I want to go to the merchant. Well, actually, we could nuke this guy from existence as well. Crystal Barrage. Yeah, I don't know. Crystal Barrage is actually kind of nice. Where the heck? The heck is the merchant? Oh, there he is. I don't want to upgrade yet. I want to go to the fire church. Maybe we'll get something there. Otherwise, I mean, I guess we're just gonna use Shattering Crystal. I don't know. It's gonna kind of suck. Honestly, I feel like you don't even get... Like, even though it's a fire camp, that doesn't mean you're gonna get fire spells. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. This is a fake one. I mean, there was a fire weapon, but I don't need a fire weapon. There was Carrion Slicer, which maybe would have been good, but we're gonna have a lot of starlight shards. Means there's fire-related stuff there. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm aware of that. I'm just saying it's kind of stupid that that's how it works. See, I don't think we want to mess around with this place. Is it just gonna target his dead body over and over again? Doesn't switch targets? That's great. I just want to make sure I have enough mana. I mean, we have 4 starlight shards, so it should be fine. Is this really DTS again? Oh, that's awkward. Gotta hit the guy behind. Maybe, just maybe the final one. Well, stance breaking would be nice, but I think I'm just gonna get HP or flask restoration, so at least I'm guaranteed to get like full HP no matter what my health's at. Alright, well, I guess we are upgrading. Oh, that's good. I guess we're just upgrading this one. I mean, I don't know what I have nothing else, so. Yep. Yeah, I could pop them. I don't know if I want to pop them yet, though. They're gonna run out towards the end of the fight. I'm gonna pop the health over time one right now. Then I'm gonna buy 2 starlight shards. Or actually, I could get... I'm gonna get 2 shards and 2 crab. Alright. At level 15 so early. Yeah, I really did. This is gonna suck. This is gonna really suck, man. There's no fire. Honestly, I hate this fucking roar. We don't want to get pink poison kind of sucks. Is he gonna roar? I think he's gonna roar, right? He always roars at the start. Yeah. Jesus. We're fine. Honestly, dude, Shattering Crystal still fucking destroyed him. That was really close. That was scary, man. I didn't even use any of my starlight shards. I just didn't know how much I would need. Yeah, it actually probably was better than Magma Shot. Genuinely. 3 endurance, 3 strength. Okay. Yeah, my flask also like insta-healed me to full. Alright. Well. I don't know, Duchess is still kind of... Duchess is still... I feel like Duchess is the next scariest character to do. Or maybe Iron Eye, but I mean, Iron Eye, I would say Duchess more so. I mean, Iron Eye is really good, but he's also really squishy. That's all. It's just, like... If you're not allowed to go down at all, if going down counts as dying, then... Duchess, like, the squishy characters are scarier, in my opinion. Honestly, I think I'd probably want to do like Gaping Jaw on Duchess, maybe. Honestly, I like Executor on Libra, because you can bleed and frostbite him pretty easily. We have the poison starting weapon. But the thing is, I mean, is Duchess's dagger really, like, I don't know if you want to use Duchess's dagger. I mean, we could try the double combo. Down to try it. I've like barely played Duchess. Maybe we get the Everjail one as well. Although... Oh man, I don't know. Proved initial standard attack. You could also just put the coin on, I guess. Alright, whatever. We just gotta go. Let's just do it. Let's try it. Getting so much loot. I don't know. I barely played Duchess, to be honest. I think I've genuinely played like 2 matches as this character total. Like that's it. I'm just like, I'm not used to fucking using restage either. Oh, fuck. What was that? Did I blow up the explosive barrel on myself? That's fucked up, man. I don't know if I should go to this Everjail or not. I mean, it could be easy. We don't have the Everjail buff though. It's a flower. Dude, like going invis when you frostbite that's actually like obscene. It's so good. Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting to use the skill. This flower could kill me. I'm not fucking kidding. I mean, I know how the skill works, guys. It's almost like I said, I've played this character like 2 fucking times. I want to go to this church. Magic Wakazashi Insane on her. I don't know. I'm just going to use my starting dagger because it has frost and it has poison. I literally built this character specifically for the fight that we're doing, so. Doesn't have poison. Okay, Josh. You know best. You know best. I would like to do that Everjail, but I don't think we can. Honestly, I think we just check for another stone sword key, and then I guess I can kill the boss at the bottom. No, I'll get fire seals. Probably. I shouldn't even check these, to be honest, but I guess there could always be golden bow. Spell casting speed. Flame blade. Yeah, that's true. That could be nice. I'd say we should probably use Shattering crystal. Rivers of blood. I don't want it. Honestly, dude, I don't really want to fight Loretta. I mean, like, I can, I'm scared, because she can definitely combo me. I don't know, I feel like what was that? I feel like risk assessment is like a big part of these kind of runs. Not being too greedy. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with killing Loretta. It's just if I fuck up, she can kill me very easily. She's just very strong. I mean, I could swap to the fire sickle here to get rid of the fire, or the frost rather. This is Godric. Night cavalry? We should just use Shattering Crystal. Probably restage them, I guess. my fucking god. Didn't I already get longer dodging? I did. I mean, I guess I'll get thrusting attacks. I don't think the iframe stacks, so. I think I'm gonna go over. I'll kill the boss in the lake here, and then we'll go into the mine and get that. Oh, there's also one of the good towns here. Oh shit, that's really good. Fucking die, dude. Oh my god, this guy just jumps around like a freak. It's true though. It's crazy. I feel like using this dagger on Gaping Jaw is gonna be absolutely miserable. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe, I hope I'm wrong though. Honestly, we're probably just gonna end up using Shattering Crystal. I mean, because after I do both, I get a damage buff, and then I can just Crystal, I guess. I don't need the smithing stone one. Alright, we can do the boss over here as well. And then we'll go get this church. And then go up to the town, I think. See anything. And I don't, dude, I don't know why Shattering Crystal is so insanely broken in this game. It's like, it's just ridiculous. It's like the best spell by a mile. And I swear, it was never that good in like base game Elden Ring. Slicer's even better. I disagree. I'm sorry, but Slicer is absolutely useless for rezzing teammates. It's like, it's actually criminal how bad they made Slicer for rezzing teammates. Slicer isn't bad, it's just, I think the Shattering Crystal is better. Alright, buddy. Honestly, I'd rather just get survivability. Alright. We're going to the castle, chat. Going to the castle. Hey, Bio Billy. This is kind of scary, actually. I do not want to mess with her. This fucking enemy is so scary, genuinely. Mainly just if he's gonna do the like giga fists. And I still can't. Okay. Okay. I'm hitting a wall every single time I go for an R1. Yeah, the Siluria's tree one is a lot more comfy to fight. I agree. Any max health? I mean, successive attacks negating damage is good. I can't remember if I already have that, though. Oh, I do. Less good, then. Apparently they don't stack. Any frostbite procs? I don't know. I don't think the health is gonna make, like, it shouldn't make a difference. And honestly, dude, Shattering Crystal, I'm pretty sure is our best damage. Like, yeah, I forget to use restage on my spell casts. This is just, I'm used to using it on, like, frostbite procs only. okay. Seems good. Honestly, dude, like, we'll just try to get a frostbite proc at the start, but... Oh, come on, man. Up. Yeah, I didn't use restage as much as I should have, I know. That's okay. Shattering Crystal's just fucking broken, man. It really is. Poison, fizz attack +2. It's not bad. Yeah, I think the thing is, a lot of people play Duchess as like a melee only character, and she has what, like A scaling and int. So yeah, you don't need like, you should be using magic on her. All right, I don't know, guys. I kind of want to switch over to Still Wakes the Deep now. I mean, I'm not going to finish this run today anyways. We still have like 3 hours left. RE4. You know, RE4 isn't going anywhere. It's the oil rig game, yeah. So far we have done Recluse, Revenant, and Duchess. I mean, the thing is, we have like 4 of the, well, we have 5, that we basically have all the easiest characters left. Can finish it today. What, this run? I don't know, man. This run is, like, I will say it's fun, but it is also kind of stressful. I mean, it's, you know, just, it's not that bad. Like, this game isn't that hard, but I just, it's stressful for me in the sense that I don't, even though I've killed all the bosses, like, a lot of times, you know, I still just, I haven't, the thing about the boss fights in this game is that you never get, like, an opportunity to actually sit down and just like practice the fight. Like I mean, it's practice through repetition with this game. Now there are mods that you can use to just go straight into the boss fight and practice it, but like a lot of the time, if you have a good run, you kill the boss so fast that you don't have to really fully engage with its mechanics and attacks. Yeah, you gotta spend 40 minutes just to get back, just to practice the damn guy. Yeah, there's a mod you can use to practice the fights. It's been out for like a week or 2 now. Like, honestly, if we want to do this run super easily, we should just use that mod. I can definitely finish this run without practicing the bosses anymore, though. It's not that hard of a run. But if I want to actually like no-hit the bosses or something, I would need to practice them more. You got the hardest classes out of the way. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I think Libra is probably the one that I would be most concerned about dying to. Just because his madness proc is like percentage based. So if he hits you at the same time that you get madness procced, you can get pretty fucked up. Honestly, though, I like using, I think my plan for the rest of the bosses would be, I don't know. I might do Wilder for Tricephalos, Iron Eye for Augur, Executor for Libra, Raider for Dark Drift Knight, and Guardian for Night Aspect. Potentially. Or maybe Raider for Night Aspect, and like Guardian for Dark Drift Knight. But I don't know. I don't like Guardian on Dark Drift Knight that much, because you take like chip damage. I don't know, Guardian, if you think Guardian is God tier in Dark Drift Knight, it's even better for Night Aspect. Night Aspect, you can just block every single one of his attacks. And you just stagger him over and over again. But I guess like Raider for Libra would be better for interrupting the sigils. The thing is, chat, like you should really only ever get one, maybe two sigil spawns on Libra. Unless you're doing a level 1 run. And even in a level 1 run, I'm pretty sure even being level 1 in this game, status effects, and you can still kill bosses really fast at level 1 in this. Like, level 1 isn't even that hard. Yeah, Guardian, I was a Guardian hater, and I kind of like Guardian now. Imagine trying to learn an instrument, but you can only practice 5 minutes every 45 minutes. Yeah. Luckily, there are mods for practicing the bosses. It's just for challenge, like, if I want to do, like, no-hit runs in this game, or, like, more challenge stuff, I definitely need to just sit down for a day and just practice all the fights. Guardian is not fun. I don't care if he's good. I think Guardian is fun. Guard countering is... I mean, he's the only character in the game that can actually guard counter, so... I think that makes him pretty cool. And, you know, some people might be like, oh, hiding behind a shield is so boring, but, like, you still need to figure out when your opportunities to guard counter are... It's not like... You can still get punished very hard if you don't know what you're doing. All right. Yeah, I'm going to switch over to Still Wakes the Deep. We'll try to continue this run tomorrow. I want to play more Still Wakes the Deep, so that's what we're going to do.